All right. Market is open and we're starting off right here. So it ended up on backstop and May. And basically now it's hitting Barry and where I had my guess yesterday. I think this is just opening negativity because the rest of the market is red, but we'll see if it holds. Okay. Volume is... Oops, grabbed the wrong window. It's going to make a mess of things. Give me 1 second. All these windows are perfectly sized, so if I accidentally grab them, I make a mess of everything. Okay, good enough. Good. Good counter. Looks like we're okay. Sweet. We'll know in about 5 more minutes if everything's hunky-dory. Good. Just double checking the stream here. Yeah, once in a while, for some reason, the tool I use likes to reset all my windows. I have to spend most of the morning rebuilding the whole thing. Must have something to do with resolutions or something. Okay, good enough. Okay, so they swatted us down, but it's still only 2.7 million volume, so it's non-existent volume. So people are just waiting and seeing. Oof. Yeah, so that's probably what's coming up. We got a Fed meeting. The rest of the world doesn't seem to care. Okay. Yeah, so just opening negativity. Pretty severe on the S&P and the Dow. NASDAQ, not at all. Ford has earnings soon. Tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Mavis, 9 days. Denny's, 7 days. And we are in 9 days. Which you can see right here. That tells you about CCL. They just had their earnings. Not bad. They got punished all to hell, though. Oh well. Alright, so we're leveling out. And it looks decent. Like we're gonna push. So this is what I'm hoping for. So we're leveled out, which means we have a good platform. Now everything's red, so it's going to be hard, but if we can get a push, then we're in a good area, and then this will make the power N shape, which might lead to further gains. But at least, yeah, if we can climb back to the 50s before earning, this goes back to what I was talking about for the last couple days. We can power up before earnings, and then we'll probably have a sell on earnings, but we'll still be up in the clouds, which is what we want. Yeah, I think we're headed that way. We'll see how much the market weighs on us. And it's starting to let off a little. Couple of big sell-offs, but we're managing to hold them back. Yeah, there was a big sell on open. Holy crap, that's a lot. Yeah. Or is that yesterday at close? Nope, that's on open. That's a big sell-off on open. But that's just backlog. Not too bad. Couple of big ones here. Jeez. Yeah. We're holding though. Earnings is 9 days. It's August 4th, I believe. August 6th. Let's double check that. 4th. I was right the first time. I was just looking at the calendar. I'm like, 4th is Sunday. So they're going to report it over the weekend, and then we'll see the effects on the 5th. Oh, August. Oh, shit. Sorry, wrong calendar. Yeah, I knew it was midweek. Sorry, it's Wednesday. I'm looking at July, because I'm like, no, that's not right. Okay, yeah, August. Jeez. Yeah, I thought it was Tuesday, but Wednesday makes more sense. So it's Wednesday and next week. Did I get that right? Yeah. Jeez, falling apart here. Okay. So we're holding, but a lot of red. But the markets are red. So that's expected. But we're doing a pretty good job not to collapse. Don't know if we can hold this forever, though. Yeah, the spread is a little high. Somewhere between 1 to 5 cents. Which is odd considering the volume. Very low volume for such a spread. Large spreads indicative of not enough shares being sold. So they're all being gobbled up. Uh, 2 to 5, yeah. The bid and the asks are tiny, though. 2 and 3. It's nothing. Oh, there's a 50. So those are blocks of 100. So 44 would be 4,400. 1 being the minimum, which is 100. Because shares are moved in blocks of 100. Technically, you can only buy in blocks of 100, but your brokerage helps you navigate the fractionalness, or go full Robin Hood and, you're 1/10,000th of an AMC, like silly. Yeah. Yeah, so not too bad. Yeah, yeah. The markets are not getting any better though. They leveled out a tiny bit there, but you can see on the these are the R2 that we watch, and then these are our indicators here. Space is just getting pounded though. I guess I get rid of space. SNCR. This one had its time in the sun. But she's also dying hard. Yeah. Yeah, this one had a little burst, but as predicted, yeah, he's dwindling off. Elf is still herd wagon. Clove, biggest herd wagon ever. Ford is doing good. Just a little healthy retraction. Mivis still riding high. Denny's taking a nosedive. This is the full NASDAQ. It's on a tear. German markets. British markets. Japanese markets. Gold. If gold goes down, that's good. Means there's confidence. And this is oil. Pandemic's over and oil's going back up to 80. Going back to late 2018 gas prices. Yeah, there's when we ran out of gas for a bit, $145 a barrel. There's the oil crisis. Doesn't go back that far. Just goes back to 91. Anyways, get back to AMC. And we're on the 1 minute. Okay. Up. Zoom. Okay. So this is gonna just be a road bump, it looks like. Just how long, I don't know. All depends on the markets there. They need to start to level out. Oh. Okay. While that's doing its thing, I'm gonna get a garbage bag to clean up some of these pop cans, and I'll be right back. Since just a waiting game at this point. So we might get new red if we manage to get under this. But I think overall it's just because the markets are red, so wherever the hell we end up is kind of irrelevant. Unless the market's, couple days of solid red. But today's day 1, so nothing to really talk about. Well, the 1 second chart is on the bottom of the screen. That's the tick. And it updates about a second. The tick is supposed to be technically every single trade, but they're only giving me once a second. So, yeah. How is that showing up? Is it showing up okay? Yeah, it's showing up okay. There we go. So you can see on the bottom there, you have the current price, and then you also have the volume of each of the trade. There's a burst of red. Green counters and is pushing back. They bought the dip on that one. Red's still laying into them though. Not bad, but that's a good sign. So if you have a sudden sell-off and it gets gobbled up, even if you don't go all the way back, it's still a good sign because it means somebody is accumulating even though someone bailed. So it's just a matter of time. Now, when the accumulator gets threatened, so let's say it's going down and someone keeps buying the dip, eventually at some point they're going to hit a point where they can't buy anymore and they'll bail and take a loss. And then you'll have like a crash. But I don't think this red is going to sustain itself too long. So it's not really a big risk. That's why the person's buying the dip and he'll just hold. Yeah. But anyways, I'll let this do its thing. I got to get a garbage bag. But it looks like, yeah, we're going to go a little bit lower before this sorts itself out. Oh, not too bad. So we leveled, pushed, and collapsed. And the rest of the market is pretty stable. Stably bad. Still doesn't look like we're done though. 38.85. Now there should be a support line around here. All right, it looks like it already found it. I knew there was one around here, which was that drop down you just saw a second ago. But it looks like, yeah, it already hit it, which is why it's, wiggling on it. So hopefully, since the rest of the market is not bleeding anymore, this bounce, we can at least get some height. Because we're going to have a dip in 30 minutes, so we want to get as much height as we can here while the market is stable. Yeah, it looks like we might be able to get something out of this. So if this goes green and pushes fairly well, then we know we're still positive. If the market goes green and we're red, then we know that sentiment is negative towards us. But as I was saying for the last couple of days, I think we're positive. It's just the market's been kind of holding us back the last couple of days. But yeah, it looks like we're still good all around. Good. All right, I'm gonna disappear to quickly use the washroom, but looks like we're doing okay. And tomorrow will be fire alarms for those that are joining us. I just got the notice at the door. So, good times for tomorrow. But yeah, it looks like we're doing okay here. The Dow is stopped. Yeah. So now we'll see how bad the dip is. So now we'll get a period of up, but when the dip comes, it could start us off again, or well, start the Dow and then we'll go with it. Sorry for the delay. That took a little longer than expected. Okay. So we broke the line. But not too bad. All right, so the volume is picked up. We're now at 13. We started at 2. Everything else looks like it's level. So the next is probably going to be a dip, which will take place in probably the next 10 to 20 minutes. And then we probably will have a recovery. If the rest of the market stays fairly neutral, we'll have a recovery back up to 38 and 89 there. And then we'll see. I don't know if the market's going to hold. If it got spooked, it should recover after the dip. It should go up and keep going up, much like yesterday. That's preempting the dip. You can see on the bottom of the screen, the volume's pretty big on that one. So that's an oversell, or it's preempting. So they're bailing out earlier because they know it's going to drift down into a dip. So get out now and then buy back in after the dip. Don't know, what their mentality is, if they're out or if they're just going to buy back lower. And there's a second follow-up, 50,000. Yeah, that's going to kick off a bit of a rout. See what green does about it. There's a bit of a buy-in right there. Huge, actually. Someone bought in, what's that, 90, 100,000? And that should turn it around since it completely stopped the down. Red's still leaning in. The Dow is getting worse. But I think we're going to see a little bit of green here. That's a huge buy-in. Jeez, moving at the speed of snow. Red's hammering us again. Not so much for that green. We basically just went flat. We weren't able to get a little green. And then red just finished us off at the end of that. Now, the person that did that big buy-in hasn't bailed out yet. That's a good sign. Or we would see a massive negative spike. Yeah. Yeah, today's raining, Shane, so I won't be able to get too much done. I did a lot of work earlier today, so my health is kind of piss. But I'm working on it. Yeah, I need to order some e-paper modules. But I don't have any idea how I'm going to encase them. I do have access to a 3D printer, and that's probably going to be what I have to do. Print an enclosure of some sort. If not, I got to carve it out of wood, which would be a little weird, but easier to do. I guess I could use cardboard and prototype it. Actually, I could do that. I could prototype it on cardboard. Yeah, that'd work. Sweet. Now, for us to go deep into 37, though, the market's going to have to be a lot worse than it is. The Dow's only 0.5. It's not even a full percent red. The problem is it's just not stopping, so that's not giving us a chance to recover. You know, and it's not stopping because it's just not, it's not in the right shape. This can level out, then it'll be fine. But until it levels out, it's going to roll. Because you need an indicator saying, look, it's done, and then people are going to hop back in. But if you keep having little red, it'll just bleed out because green will never hop in. You'll never get the FOMO crowd or the rebound crowd. But I think we're going to do something like this, is what today's going to be, but it's not going to be as deep. So we'll just do like that. Hopefully, we come out swinging, but I don't think we can maintain that or even achieve that until the market is better, because this is all weighing on us. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so that's what happens. See, if you can't get a level out, then you're going to roll hard because the green that get in are like, yeah, this is the rebound. Then they see their money threatened, they bail, and then all these other people bail, and then it becomes a rout. And so the Dow's doing that as well. And that's going to pound into us. Yeah, of course. Okay. Oh, We'll level out eventually. Until then, yeah. Usually the profit taking's after earnings. People don't. People price in before earnings and then bail out after it. So they don't usually get out before earnings. They usually pile in. If the earnings are going to be exceptionally bad, then they've already gotten out 2 weeks ago. If the earnings are going to be good, they already got in 2 weeks ago. And then when it's confirmed, they sell for profit or they buy back in on the crash. Yeah. Or at least the smart money does that. I don't know about Reddit. Yes, exactly. Yeah. You buy on the rumors. Because even if the rumors turn out to be false, you bought in at the lowest, cheapest price. Once it becomes known, then you have the hype factor and you're no longer getting value. And so he was a value investor, or still is. He's not dead. So he's a value investor. So he's just buying anything at below market price. And then when it becomes market price or higher, he sells it, right? And that's like the very bare bones on making money. That's how merchants work. Everything works, right? Now, as a speculator, you're not really looking for value in the sense of long term. You're just looking for short term value. So you're looking for, as a day trader or a speculator on a stock, you want something that is unnaturally under, and then you buy it, and then it will rebound when it comes back to the natural order. And you bank on the hype, right? The hype will drag it up and overprice it. But the key is you don't buy when it's overpriced. You don't get in on the hype. If you miss the boat, then you miss the boat, right? And then that goes back to value investing. If you want to buy on the hype, then you got to be really fast. Because it goes up and it comes down pretty quick. But that's, of course, risky behavior. And you can scrape some dollars, but most of the time, the risk isn't worth the payout. You have a chance of like losing all your money or win $10. And it's like, not a good payout. Are we settling down? Hard to tell. The markets are moving pretty slow. They look like they're still going down, but really slowly. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we'll see around 10:55 because that will also be the period when all the dip's over. So if you're looking for a buy point, now wouldn't be too bad, or just after 10:30. It could continue to go down, but if it doesn't, you got yourself a pretty solid buy point. If it does go down, then you take a 3% hit or whatever. But if it goes up, you're looking at close to 5%. Yeah. Especially if this levels out. So if we get a little bit more green and go sideways for about another 5 minutes, then yeah, we should be going up. And the Dow's starting to climb. And we might start leveling out as a result. guess I'll go scour the internet for purchasing. Since there's not much to do until it levels out. So yeah, bounced off this guy. If we go any lower, there's a chance of free fall to 37.05. We might get stuck at 50 and 38.40. That's our worry line. Yeah, so they're coming out of it. That's a good shape. So that makes the power N shape, which means they're coming out with, as soon as that breaks, they're coming out swinging. Yeah, that's a good shape. Yeah, you have not even 50% lows. You're coming out strong. You're breaking over the high. That's about as good as it gets. Yeah. Now you still have to get over this. So the N shape can fail right here at 35018. But this is an index, so it's not likely to just stop. It's just everyone's gassing it among the average, right? Which shows a return of money into the market. Yeah, it looks like everyone's starting to kick off. 10.15, 10.15, 10.15. Now, it might look like we're timing them, but really it's because all the money's going back into the market. The same thing that dragged us down is now the same thing that's pushing us up. Now, the reason we took this shape versus this shape is just due to our factors. So green started pushing, or the Dow started pushing us up around here, but because where we were in our technicals and fear and whatever, we ran the course a little bit differently. But ultimately, this is going on in the background. So now that that's going up, that should give us the time to get back to this line. I probably should put the Dow up today because we're going to be following it. Yeah. Yeah. You can see here how we started off with really good volume and it got crushed, leading to a fall down. But if this wasn't such a huge drop, that would have all been green and we would have probably taken off like a rocket at start, which would correspond with the general trend, right? The general trend for us has been this, right? And as long as the Dow's flat, we're going to continue it. But this course correction basically tanked us. But it doesn't really matter. As a day trader, you're going to play the movements, right? So here's a good time to buy, right? So let's say you bought at the bottom. You're going to sell probably, let's say, here. Yeah, so the bottom of these is probably going to be a hard push through. Oh, and there's this guy too. That's going to be the first one. That's going to be this one. Actually, you know what? Let's sell on the first. I still think it's going to go higher. And then we can buy back in and go to this guy. Then buy back in and go to, let's say this guy. Okay. See how that plays out. Okay, Good morning of the Cedras. Oh yeah, the Dow's recovered pretty well now. NASDAQ, not so much. Yeah. So we're coming up on 1030 dip. All right. Trucking along. Let that roll. And if you don't get a dip at 1030, I would be leery up to 1055. So they dipped at around 1020. But see, they're starting to turn. Usually there is a sell-off directly at 1030, but the severity of the sell-off might be mute. If it's mute, then you have to worry that it will come in the next 30 minutes. Yeah. This kind of just the way the wave flew. Sometimes it'll go and travel to 1030, but because this was so early, I think red ran out of steam. And so green just continued what it was doing. But red will come back in the next 30 minutes. Almost always. There's been a few times, like crazy days, they'll just blow through, but you will see a tiny dip 1030, somewhere near 1040, or 1050. Yeah. Which, this is not a dip. Like, that is an attempt, right? But that's not enough. So now we wait till 1040, which will be the next. If this doesn't go big, that will be the next one. What might happen is this will go red all the way to 1040 and then rebound. Yeah. That's a possibility. But judging by where we are, I don't think we can go sideways till 1040. That would have to break this channel. So we might bump, go dip on 1040. Yeah. Yeah. So there's your 1030 dip. So the dip doesn't have to be like the V shape. It starts at 1030. Sometimes it ends at 1030. It starts at 1030, and sometimes it's in the middle at 1030. So it starts a little early, and then it gets to 1030. It's going to get even worse, and then it'll start recovering afterwards. But 1030 will still be a negative sell point generally, always, of some degree. Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke there. So if it starts early, it's like this, but you still have a down point here, or it starts here and, ends somewhere else, or it doesn't happen and it does this and then it figures it out, later on or later on. Well, that's a little too late, but you get the idea. Yeah. Yeah, so now we should expect a turnaround by here. The red should stop by then. So judging by this, we'll do a dip like that, or like that, depending on how strong the recovery is. And I deleted the wrong piece. Okay, so it's going to latch to this line. See if it dips at 1040. Or maybe it's not going to latch to the line, just got slapped. It's thinking about it. Thinking about it. If it gets over this line, then it should be able to ride the line. Depends on how negative the Dow is. So now that we got a little bit of green here, that might give us enough energy to stay up and over this line. If that's the case, then it will probably be like that. Normally this would run probably for about 5 to 10 minutes. But I think we're getting lucky, partly due to this line and partly due to this green. So the line slows us down, and the green, this gives us enough energy to counter. Don't know if we're going to hold, though. We're above it now. What is it looking like on the ticks? Yeah, we might be able to do it. The ticks are looking good. We're getting some buy-ins. Overall volume's piss. Good morning, my name. Okay, we got some red now. That's weighing on us. Yeah, it's starting to weigh on us. That should put us right back to the line. For some reason this is not updating. There we go. So is this coming up on 1040? They're going to have a second dip till 1040. So this one started for 1030. They kicked it up. And it looks like they want to do another red for 1040. They're doing good green until then. We need a little bit more height or we're going to get yanked. Yeah, so what this is telling you is that we pushed up, but it was too early, so red completely destroyed it. So you can see this as basically a continuation. So 1040 is here, so that should be the apex of a 1030 to 1040 run. If this does go up, then I would expect a little bit of a pull at 1040. But it could be like this. Yeah. We'll see, though. I think that's what's going to happen to us. We're going to get a little bit more green. And then just get a little bit of a yank in 2 minutes. Oh, I might have spoke too soon. Looks like we're getting punched. I think we're going to get green here. Even though we gapped down considerably, we should be green. Yeah. Doesn't look horrible. Oops. Oh, my lord. There we go. Okay. We're right here. 26, 28 is where we are now. 26, 28. So we're on the blue line. And we're just flying back and forth between 22 and 28. This thing is not updating, though. Let's refresh it. A little bit of a dip. We're now at 12. 14. 13, 16. Yeah, so we're now down here. Oof. A little bit of volume from red. We're now at 7. So we did get dragged down. Right when it hit 1040, we got dragged down. I don't know what's going on with the trading view, but they're having a hard time getting updates, I guess. It's been fritzing for the last 3 days. So this is the pull down from 1040. So the Dow surged. Yeah, nice. So they went down, they started, they course corrected, leveled, got pulled, and then they started 1 minute early, and now they're on their way out. So this was kind of a struggle to stop it from getting back to where it was, but plays out pretty normal. Your dip, over, up. I like it. This one here is a little bit more normal. Yeah. It should be green going forwards. Red comes down, overbuy, gets course corrected, drops out at 38, comes back, gets pulled back, and then when it hits 40, gas starts. And the Nasdaq's having none of that. So the Nasdaq is doing the opposite. So they weren't able to get any green. So now they're going to have a second dip starting at 1040. Rip. So that's a very bad sign because it's like, okay, 40 came around. Now it's time to go. Guys. And no. Now, it may get lifted if everyone else does good. It might turn the NASDAQ around. So you might get a leveling out and then eventual climb. But the NASDAQ, it's inherent. It's going to want to trend further down. So it's going to be the others lifting it up. So if they're all red and getting worse, there's no hope in hell this is turning around. Yeah. Oof. Well, that was a very short run. 2 minutes. 2 minutes of happiness. Christ. It's going to be one of those days. Yeah, we didn't get lifted out. We should have gotten more airtime there. It's not too bad. We got this. And we'll see how that plays out. Pretty much the same thing here. This one's even better. You know, we got a nice aggressive. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Just a lot of negativity. Where are we? We are at 19. So we're here-ish. So I guess we got dinged as well on that. A bit of that sell-off. Shit, it's not done. Oh, that was hopeful. I was hoping it would turn around there. Yeah, it's not good. Oh, and they're mounting a defense. They're about to break. Okay, so, well, if we can't get any height, the next push is at 55, so here. So we can go sideways to here, we should get our next push. But yeah, the S&P is not having it. I'm surprised the NASDAQ was able to stop that. Maybe it's finally gone low enough. Or hit a support line. Oh, yeah, kind of. Found an area of support. Probably what's doing it. Normally that would go further, much further. That's about as bad as it gets when you fail. But that's not a quick recovery, so that might be just a little bit of green and rank. Especially if these are going to run. They haven't broken new lows yet. They are, you know, trying to hold off the drop. And see the turmoil here. Yeah. Getting a push. Yeah, it's a low volume, but we got a couple of big buys. So it looks like we're heading back. There's another big buy, 15,000. Yeah, it looks like we're going to head back. What are we at, 47? We need 51. And pretty close. All right. A little bit of rough patch in there. So now we just wait for 1050. See if we'll get a second dip. This red might catch up with us. Since this run was super short. If it would have went a little longer, then we would have been okay, but it went red, and then red makes red. And poop, poop, padoop. The S&P is still valiantly holding on. So you can see the difference where the Dow is kind of just embracing the red, and this is the S&P, which is similar, and it's fighting to, you can see the sticks, it's fighting to not go down. I don't really know what that means for the S&P, but you can see the personality there. That's what looks like a fight. A lot of zigzag, a lot of sticks. This is just kind of giving up on life. Now it hasn't really given up on life. If that was the case, it would have just went like this and blown through support lines. It hasn't done that yet. It's still, kind of okay. Not that horrible. But yeah, definitely this isn't helping us though. Slowing our recovery down. So even though we're pushing and getting green, all of this is still weighing on us. So as soon as we level here or get green, then we should accelerate our upwards motion because that weight will be off of us. And they should start going up as well at 10:55. So 10:55 is about here. It might start before. 10:50 is usually the last dip, which this could be the 10:50 dip. Now that I think about it. Yeah, so we'll see in 1 minute. Yeah, so if this goes for another 5 minutes, it should go green hard because it staved off the 10:50 dip. Yeah, see the velocity difference there? Yeah. So that probably was just letting the 10:50 dip. That's probably what that is now that I think about it. I was busy looking at it as continuation of the 10:40 run, but so I was looking at this being crushed. But realistically, yeah, you got close to 10:50, so it ran down to it. Now, if that is true, this will go up pretty quickly to about here. If that's not true, we'll see a pull down right now, which might be that red. And then the next one should be green and pretty big if this was indeed the dip. Yeah, because now that the selling at 10:50 is happening, which is stunting the green, which you just saw. Now the red's taking over. But the green is still good. So once 10:50 is over, 10:51 should be all green. So we're doing the same thing. We're having a little pull down. Nothing critical. What are we at? 70? Yeah, we're fine. Ooh, we're going to go a little further. Those are much bigger than they should be. Green's beating it back. Yeah. Sometimes if it starts at 10:50, the dip, then you're going to have like 2 to 3 reds afterwards, but 1055 is the last point where you could have a dip generally, because by 11 the buying pressure ramps up high enough, it overwhelms the red. For those that are new, so basically you're looking at it like this. So in the morning, selling pressure hits a point, and then at the other time, buying pressure goes up. And so you have two kind of charts here. Actually, the buying pressure, this is buying, this one, B, and this is selling. So selling pressure basically, selling pressure goes like this. There you go. So selling pressure ramps up at a peak time, which causes your dip. But at a certain point later on, usually around 1055, as the buying pressure starts to ramp up and the selling pressure ramps out, then the buyers take over. Because you'll see red here because it's overwhelming the green because green's not doing anything. But then you see green here because it's overwhelming the red. Now today is overly negative, so what you can do is, using like this chart, you can drag this up higher, right? And on days where there's not a lot of red, you drag this down lower. So the timing changes based on how angry the market is, how angry red is, right? Or how positive green is, right? Will also change. And so that's the balance you have to constantly weigh out. So it looks like, yeah, we're about to hit 1055. So there was just a little bit of extra negativity. But yeah, look at the speed. See, 1055. The last dip's over. Just gas it. Just punch it, Chewy. But yeah, anyways, not the best calling on these, but that gives you a strong understanding of, how the morning plays out. So where is our punch it? Where are we now? 3867. So we're on clock. Okay. This line's going to give us a little trouble. So we're going to need a volume boost to get through. There's the volume boost. Excellent. You can see that on the bottom of the screen right there. That's what got us through the line. So once you get a volume boost, what we don't want to see is it to taper back. So normally when you push, then there's profit taking after the push. So if you don't get a big enough push, the profit taking can bring you right back. And then you got to push again, which is the suck. And where we are right now, we're back on the line. Then if you stay on the line for too long, then people will bail because you're taking too long. So you got a small window to get that other push in. Now, if red jumped on us, which they did, as expected, but if it's not severe, then when green comes back, this will be easy to push through and will continue to go up. Yeah. And then if green doesn't come back, red will attack again and make the red bigger because green did nothing, which pretty much is what's happening right now. It's like you got these little windows where you alternate back and forth. Come on, green. Yeah, green's doing nothing. Okay, how about, yeah, they're doing great here. So this is playing out, it's an average, but it's playing out proper. So 1055 comes and they just gas it, right? So if you're looking for a buy-in point, you generally want to buy in before, 55. You have to judge the market. Some days it's just going to be all red, but you can ride these upswings, right? You buy a dip, usually after 1030, and then you would ride up, whatever. This one, at least the dip was over early, but this gap down. So when you have a gap down, two things happen. It either keeps plummeting or it tries to rapidly come back and reclaim this height. And so 50% mark's usually the best it can do. And so, well, like immediately at least, it will come up 50% and bounce down, which is what kind of happened here. Sometimes, it'll go up. Sometimes, actually, it'll even go past. But a gap of this big, I don't know if it has the energy. If it's a gap that's, within normal daily swings, you might even get like the pendulum effect. It goes down, and then there's an overcompensation. But 50% is a good ballpark. It's usually where it stops if it's severe, and then it has to work its way up basically. Which, like here, we're probably at the 50% mark, so we're going to get a bit of a slowdown. Let's see here. So this is the same true for us as well. So if we start here and we go to the bottom, yeah, we're at the 50% mark. So now you'll see this is going to try to slow down a bit. And then we'll have to kind of work our way. Yeah, even though this is our power time, there'll be a little bit of a slowdown as we cross this 50% mark. Yeah. Now, if this slowdown is very quickly destroyed, so if this red just gets wiped out, then we're going to just charge on up. Because when you hit lines, they're kind of like speed bumps. If you're going too slow, they stop you. Then you can reverse. If you're going Mach 1, you're still going to lose some speed, but you're going to go right through them. So we don't know the speed of the vehicle. That's what we're constantly trying to guess, right? Are we going to keep going forwards? So we look at the interaction it has with the road, air quote, and that tells you a lot. So like here, we're pretty much being stopped at the 50% mark, like dead stopped. And that's not good. It means we're out of gas. Which means if we can't get, there's red. Fuck. I was going to say if we can't get green, red's going to jump us. And you can see at the bottom. Oh, green counter. Oh, that was. No, red came back and punched us. So you saw the volume gapped up there, and that was all red. Then green came back with a sucker punch, and then red kicked us in the nuts 5 seconds later, and back to zero. There was a short second there where we're like, nope, cut. Yeah. Oh, game stonk. Backstops at Disneyland too. Florida. Hit him up on Discord. You're both going to the same time. But yeah, I'll pencil your EOD in. Yeah. Well, look at that. That's interesting. 4017. All right. So for those that bought the dip, you've made 2.88%. And then we'll see about this one. So our first one, we would have sold and then bought back in on this line. Yeah, I think it's going to go in stages. If this goes below the line, I'll bail on it, and then I'll buy the dip. Looking good. Solid volume on the bottom of the screen. Good push. Looks like she's going to rock it. How's the broader market? Not bad. Not bad. So even though it died a little, it kept holding off, and eventually, once the fear of the dip's over, they got back on their horse. NASDAQ, the same thing. So this is kind of like leveling out. So your airplane is crashing to earth, but you kind of do this to bleed off the speed, then, or bleed off all the negative downwards force. But you can't come back up because you still got all this coming down. And then once you've done that a few shakes, you'll see that it stops, the lines stop going this way and the lines start going kind of this way. So you're leveling out like an airplane. So kind of like that. Yeah. But of course it's a stock, so it's going to go wiggle, 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 wiggle like like that, right? So that's good. So once you level out, then now it's green's turn. Yeah. This one here was a little bit abrupt. So when you have an abrupt, you're going to get pulled back generally. But if you keep going up high enough, that will build your base. So this is aggressive, but you still run the risk of getting pulled back. As long as you get some reds in here, you'll start to build up a base, and then it will start to solidify kind of a moving line as you go up, because there wasn't enough to build like a U shape. So you got to be a little leery, because there's nothing stopping it from just pulling right back like that, right? If this was an overbuy for some reason, you can just have a huge red to just drag it right back. Yeah. But as a buyer, right, when you start to level out and you see that it's not going any lower, that's your cue to buy. And it may break the bottom, right? But if it doesn't break the bottom, it's going, right? Somewhere. Yeah, you just don't want to buy in here. You probably don't want to buy in here either, because you don't know if it's going to go down. And if it goes down, your win is here, and your loss is, 4 times the size. Yeah. Now, if this goes small, right, and then you start to see a green, then that's you building a base. So this is leveling out. Right now, it's accelerating, which is not good. But if this gets small, then it's going to level out, and then you're going to get another one of these, and it's going to jump up. Yeah, so that one broke the line. Let's see what I thought it would do. Yeah, we had a good push, but red is just pouncing on us as much as they can today. Oof, look at the whole thing is red. Jeez. Yeah. The highest, this EDU company, eh? So we are not the highest volume today. What are we at? 25 million, yeah. So it's kind of a sleepy day. The best on the market is IG, iGate Pharmaceuticals at 50. Whoa. Okay, this was green at some point, and it went so red so fast, it didn't have time to update. Okay, where where the hell was it? It was at 7.76 higher, so that's 10. Okay, that's got to be a market glitch. Yeah, okay. So it went from here at some point today to here. There's a split. Ah, okay. I don't know what that is. 2,147 to 500. They pay out dividends too. They paid out good dividends. Holy crap. 353. Oh, let me adjust it. Yeah, 353. Holy crap. Yeah. Anyways, that's probably just bad. They split it, dividing it down. Yeah. But yeah, it's just red across the board. The biggest red is Sky. This is Sky TV, Sky Water Technology. So they're the worst right now, which is only 39%. So, not too bad. Okay, so we haven't leveled out yet, so there's no buy-in point. Yeah, gonna tumble a little bit more. All right. I just clicked on a website and it's like, our website has moved. And then it kicks me off their website. And then it takes me to a website that says coming soon. I'm like, okay, that's not helpful. All right, bouncing. Yeah. I think today is going to be just at the mercy of the Dow day. You can see we're pretty much following, minus a few disconnects, like here. But here, it was timing. We were too low. And we can move more aggressively than the Dow, because the Dow's an average. Yeah. This market. All right. Just going to let that run while I look for stuff. Oh, this thing went and changed itself again. We lost an hour. And this digital clock blows. Okay. Pretty much here in Canada, everyone's wearing a mask, including vaccinated people. It's Maskville, USA. Or CA. Yeah. You even got people wearing them outside, and I'm like, oh man, I can't do it. It's stifling. Oh yeah, I'm not dumb. The US always treads freedom of action is a big thing in the States, right? And so it's a double-edged sword, but they struggle with it, right? And so their policies reflect that, you know. You don't tell me what to do. It's a very core American viewpoint. But of course, in some cases, you know, I'm going to fly this airplane. You're not the boss of me. And we're crashing into the ocean. You know, it's that sort of thing. Oh, sir, you can't drill a hole in the bottom of the boat. You're not the boss of me. And the boat's sinking. So, it's applicable in some cases, but it usually gets applied in silly cases. America, Oceania, and Asia. This is the one I want. Spread spectrum modulation. Ooh, fancy. Sweet. I'll take 2. That's going to cost me how much money to get this shipped to me? I would like to check out. Good thing the checkout doesn't fucking work. Oh, geez, the page had to load. Okay. Okay, so it's going to be $5.50 based on weight, which is 100 grams. I think they're just scamming me for $5. I know China Post. China Post is pennies. Don't lie to me. Okay. See if I can get this cheaper on Amazon. Doubtful. Okay. So on Amazon, it is no shipping, but double the price. Oh, wow. What a deal. You're literally paying double. So instead of being $24, it's $48. And yet, people buy them. Yeah. Yeah, Marshall, that whole chestnut is funny. This whole like definition of space. You're not a real astronaut. Yeah, I am. Like, it's just so silly. Man, you launch yourself into space. I would just be giving the deuces to NASA and be like, bitches, you know, that's all you need to do. You put yourself into space on your own rocket. That's it. That's all. You don't have to bicker about who's an astronaut. Who gives a shit? You put yourself into space on your own dime. So it's like, oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Space Cowboys. That hat. I've been following it lightly, and I saw a few photos of whoever had a cowboy hat on a stage, and I'm just like, why? Why you do this, bad man? Oh man. Yeah. Well, that's what I figured with Virgin Galactic is just an airplane, right? That flew into orbit versus a rocket, right? Yeah, Marshall's British. He's a little harsh on the states. Yeah. Yeah, you're both saying the same thing, Zeus. He's just the conversation, you might have missed it ahead of time, was talking about the US. They're going to put masks back or reinforce masks in certain areas because it's getting out of control. But I mean, as soon as this friggin' pandemic can get over with, this stock is going to surge like no one's business. So, can that happen sometime soon? Daddy needs his money. Yeah. Metric's not a big deal. Canada uses half and half. It's not a big deal. Like, I like feet and inches for woodwork. Anything that's not scientific, feet and inches are nice. I like the size of them. You know, centimeters. Jeez. You know, 6'2", much better than I'm 188. Well, I'm 175. It's like, yeah. But good luck using fractional inches when you friggin' try to do anything important. That is just garbage. But, Marshall, they still weigh themselves in stones. The EU doesn't know what a pint is? Maybe they just don't know the language difference. We're not going that low, as is. This is leveling out. So it's not that bad. Yeah, we're metric, but yeah, we use imperial for construction and fuel. Well, liters at the pump, but you still buy things in gallons. It's just the gallons are converted to liters. So it's still American sizes. It's just, oh, you're buying it in 3.27 liters. That's an odd number. Oh, 1 US gallon. Okay. Or something like that, right? Just a rough. Do. Do not stick non-rechargeable batteries into a battery charger. Serious consequences like explosion may occur. I love how they have to give out these warnings. Are you really stupid? Please don't buy this. You might hurt yourself. Yeah, we're doing okay. So this, I'm just going to post a link. So this is kind of where I'm headed next. Oh, and you'll be proud of me, Zeus. I'm moving into digital signage. I'm getting that project off the ground. I'm following in your footsteps, Pops. Except I'll be using e-paper because I love that stuff and it uses 0 energy. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just getting the pieces to prototype it right now. Yesterday's problem was figuring out how solar products work, which I pretty much figured it out. And now the next thing is going to be how am I going to do a case? Because, you know, anything you put outside is going to get smashed. So, yeah. Oh, I was going to tell you more anyways. But I can show you a picture of. So essentially, this is what I'm building. This is a commercial version of what I want to build. But I need to build it so that I know its inner workings, and then two, I can mass produce it without paying, you know, somebody tons of money. Yeah. So the first thing is I have access to um, bus cancellation data. I have crowdsourcing here in Ottawa, and I'm trying to push it into the public. So. Do. Yeah. Do. Need a smaller solar panel. So yeah, we're just leveling out here. So eventually we're gonna get our push up. That should be coming soon. Um, I'm reading an article here. Oh, nice. What phone did you get? And while you're typing that, I was reading an article and this guy's like, so I need to hook up a Raspberry Pi, which runs about 3.4 watts an hour. And he's like I got a 12,000 milliamp battery, so it runs for like 67 hours. It's like, I think that's probably overkill. Samsung S21 Ultra. Oh, electric paper banners are amazing. I love e-paper. It's one of my favorite technologies. Absolutely amazing. The only thing that's better is LED or OLEDs because they can do. I mean, e-paper has longer life, but OLEDs can be transparent and they're flexible. So you can do some crazy shit with OLEDs. The only problem is their lifespan, but they're fixing that with quantum dot technology, and that should be done soon. Because I think where we're headed is we're going to get like full heads up display visors, but they'll be like a screen instead of a projected reflection. The screen, it will be self emitting. So that'll be pretty fucking sweet. Sells what? E paper? Um, all over the place. The main company is E Ink, but you can eBay, Alibaba. You just type e paper. I'm gonna probably buy mine from Waveshare. So here, I'll give you a link to the page I'm on. But you can find it. So Waveshare is they manufacture e-ink papers, and they also got the adapter because the raw panel is one thing, but getting it to hook up, that's another thing. So now we're starting to roll. But the market is tumbling, not having it. So hopefully we stave off. But you can see the orange is pretty aggressive. I'll put the next support line down. Yeah. Yeah. I have the Pixel 2. It's SPI interface. So it's not a big deal, but with an SPI interface, I believe it is like 5 or 6 cables. So what you do is you get a little hat that brings it down to 3 cables: data in, data out, power, ground. And then it's 4, sorry. So then it's super easy. And then it handles all the like gazillion wires you need to get the panel to operate. So it does the bridge. So you just hook it up to the SPI, but the raw panel comes out with SPI and, clock, data, whatever. And so having that little in between board just saves you a ton of headaches. If you want to roll your own, like for $2, come on. don't even. And then this all hooks up to a Raspberry Pi. So the Raspberry Pi gives it the processing ability. It's also, if the Pi goes down, you can swap parts. So it makes repairing your products really easy too. You just whip. You can, of course, do it cheaper if you just had, less stuff. But it gives you flexibility. Yeah. And actually, you can go cheaper now. They have Pi compute boards that take off all the USB and all the other stuff. So you can just get a raw compute board if you want to save well, it's about half price actually. Yeah. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking at solar panels. And how much wattage I need. Right. The Raspberry Pi uses 250 milliamps an hour. As long as you can produce that kind of current, you're good to go. On a basic battery, you can run a Raspberry Pi idling for around 3 hours. Holy crap. Yeah. Well, we hit a support line. The market's not dumping that hard. They're back to 50. They haven't broke new lows yet. So it's not that bad. The S&P is doing far worse. And the NASDAQ is, yeah. But the NASDAQ will always be more extreme because they're easy come, easy go stocks, where the Dow and the S&P are rock solid for the most part. Yeah. So we're doing okay. I don't know how much time we're going to get. You know, these lines are going to slow our descent. But if the market doesn't stop bleeding, you know, it's only a matter of time before it drags us down. Right. Current is voltage over resistance. So I need to know what how much voltage the solar panel puts off, and that will set us up 6 volts at 5 watts. And watts is a statement of work, which is going to give you your current over time, I believe. Yeah, you need your voltage against that. Because it's amps. So the amount of current at any given time. And voltage is 6. Watts is 20, I said. 5. Yeah, okay. So that solar panel brings down 0.33 amps. Not even a singular amp. Yeah, that's not going to work. What about a 50-watt solar panel? Brings down 8 amps. And then because I don't need all that amperage, I can then turn that into voltage. Except I guess the Raspberry Pi doesn't need over 6 volts. So I don't really need to increase the wattage that much. What about 10 watts? 15. Okay, 15 gives me 2.5 amps, which is pretty much the maximum the Pi takes, 3 amps. I need 15 watts. And at a 15-watt solar panel, I can charge a 2,500 milliamp battery in less than an hour. But I don't think you can put 2.5 amps into the battery. I think you can do 800. 2,500 milliamps would just blow, I think, a NiCad. I don't know. Lithium might be able to take it. Yes, there's that too. Apple also is just, it's all shine. You know, back in the day, they were great. Now, man, so much better stuff. But definitely take a look at Google's phones. The Pixel is the greatest phone I've ever had. I would swear by Apple because of the UI. I hate Samsung's UI. Total trash. LG's UI was a little bit better, but Google's nailed it. Like, it's so good. And yeah. Anyways, so the Google UI is just where it needs to be. But yeah, I'll be getting Pixel 5 or whatever when I finally break this phone. I've dropped it so many times the top's starting to chip, but it's still good. One day it's going to be the end of it. I think I've had this guy for 3 years now. He's a good phone. Well, you can see the SPY right here. Yeah. So you can just look at these numbers and you'll see it, what you need to see. I don't know if I would bet on it going further down. You're getting a larger level than you've seen. Yeah, we're moving with the Dow, so there's not much to do for technical analysis aside from if we deviate, but we're basically following the market today. And our lower volume, we're only at 30 million and we're halfway through the day, is indicative of that. Yeah. $18 volts at 10 watts. So I can make that 20 volts at 8 and 8 is 16, 8 volts. Yeah, that's overkill. but it's $1 more. So you can get a 6-volt 5-watt, or you can get an 18-volt 10-watt. And it's $1 more. Huge, though. But it's always better to have too much than too little when it comes to solar. Hmm. Okay. Oh, it looks like we're just treading. We're not following too far from the Dow. Yeah, about right there. Not too bad for a blood red day. That's pretty good. I mean, it can get worse later in the day, but if we hold this, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah. We usually beat the Dow when it's red. I agree. But if the whole market's having a sell-off, excuse me, we're gonna get dinged by it, and then the Dow will probably continue to be red for, let's say, 3 days, and by the fourth day we'll go green. But right now it looks like a lot of wait and see. Our volume's super low, so nobody's playing. They're just kind of sitting and watching. So I think we'll follow the Dow accordingly. I just saw what you're laughing about, Stacy. Yeah. Well, at least when the ladies come by, you can tell them that you're diamond hard. Oh, looks like your puts might be paying out soon. Testing the bottom again. Dow's a little bit better. NASDAQ is testing the bottom again. And we've tested our second bottom, going for the final bottom. Not too bad. If that's green, it wouldn't be too bad. If this is red, then I'm not too happy. Testing the bottom's one thing, bouncing on it. But if we're going to get yanked, then we run the risk of breaking down from our last line of support here, which then throws us into the 35 realm, which I really don't feel like going. Stupid poopy market. Yeah. Oh, someone's making money on their puts now. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, you sold them, eh? Yeah. No, I think it still should be finding its bottom. Really, it should be. This is new aggression. So, I don't know if it's new stuff or it's just temporary. Because this is leveling out. This is aggressive, which we could be relatching ourselves. But yeah, I expected it to level. Oh, else. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I leave all financial decisions to everyone else. Because I don't want to be responsible for wins and losses. But yeah, it should be finding a bottom just like us here. This green brings us back to here, then this was too much. If this green fails, then it's going to continue because this was justified for some reason. I would expect the green to bring us back to about here. These are just too big. Yeah, so it looks like this might have been an oversell. All at the same time too, eh? Right at 12. Right at 12. Oops. Right at 12. Yeah. A timed sell. Where's our 12? Yeah, we just got smacked. So yeah, see, we came and swung back. We broke through the line too quickly. Now we're swinging back and we're up here. Yeah, that's proper. So this might get a little bit more height and go where I think it should go. NASDAQ's on its way. Yeah. 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 The S&P's looking the worst. And the NASDAQ's not far off. They're pretty much the same. Hmm. So the Dow had 2 stops. The Dow dropped more, it looks like. Hard to tell. It's a poopy day for sure. At least we survived getting and testing our bottom line. All right, see you, Paul. Thanks for coming out. Probably won't miss much. Today's gonna be just one of those days. I'm gonna get to spend lots of money. Get things shipped from China. So I can get a black and white screen for 51 bucks, or I can get a 7 color screen, black and white being a color, and then orange, red, blue, green, and yellow, making the 7. I don't know why you need orange. Wouldn't you put a magenta in there? Cyan, magenta. Hmm. Well, anyways, so they have a 7 color for 62, or black and white for 51. Half tempted to just do black and white since can't really see the use of yellow. Yellow on white is just brutal. Although I guess black and yellow is pretty industrial. Could do black yellow. Hmm. Ooh, they broke bottom and down they go. What a turnaround, too. They were like, slam. And that probably is gonna, yeah, go right into us. Yeah. Bouncing off the support. A good bounce. And the volume's good too. So that should solidify the bottom. So a problem you get when it hits a line over and over again is it weakens it. We went through it, which would mean it's been weakened enough. We got back over it, so it starts rebuilding. We came down, we hit it, and we bounced. So that means and with the volume, it means that it's strengthened. So we should be able to get one or two more bounces if it was purely red, and it would hold us off for a little bit. So, yeah, that's good. Because without this volume, red would basically swat us down and then go over, and there wouldn't be a large pile of money blocking red. Because ultimately, it's energy in, energy out. So if red comes after us with $1 million, they want to take out of the market, but we have $2 million sitting there, they're not going anywhere because they have to overwhelm us by withdrawing that money from the market. And so the more people that pile in at certain points, you get support or resistance lines. So at least we have a stronger bottom now. And then these people that might have pulled out their money somewhere along here, they might be getting back in and will drive back up on a similar angle. We'll see. Not too bad. Yeah, so even though we built a base, we're going to start testing it again. You can see the volume's really high because it tried to get through the line and green repelled it. But it's not going to survive too many more attacks. Heavy thoughts of green pastures. Nice. Oh, guess I should get a lemon in there for Barry. We'll squeeze one out for Barry. Just learning about solar power right now. Why we continue to test this line. The market seemed to have leveled again. But yeah, I think today is just going to be fairly bad write-off. But we can hope for 1 o'clock push, 2 o'clock push. We did get a bit of a run up to 11, but then yeah, as the markets died, we went with it. But they might, if they level now, then 2 o'clock they might recover some of it. Yeah. So the solar power management will not work because it only outputs 5 volt 1 amp. Not going to be enough. Oh, good thing I didn't buy it. Hmm. All right. Well, I think I'm going to grab some lunch. Why this runs. We're leveling out. Market is, I don't know. I'd like to say it's leveling, but yeah, I don't like those lows. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just researching power modules for solar. I mean, technically, I can just hook power right to a battery and then pull from the battery. But if you want any type of control, then it starts to get all fancy. But do I really need to know? I guess it's kind of important for mobile or remote stuff. You want to know the battery remaining, right? Yeah. Guess I got to pony up the big dollars. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I accidentally had the computer not shut down last night. So I woke up and my room was like 100 degrees. Man, computers put off a lot of heat. Normally it just starts getting warm by the end of streaming. But I had a whole streaming day and then a night full of idling. It's no computer can handle it. Um, if the computer overheats, it shuts down. It goes into a thermal shutdown. But no, it's just me. I was like, wow, I'm sweating to death when I woke up, and I'm like, the hell? And then I stepped out of my room, and I'm like, whoa, it's cold. Yeah, because the AC in this apartment it's actually not that bad, but it doesn't do a good enough job to counter the computer. Yeah. So when I went to get food, I forgot how cold because I've been sitting here since 7 in the morning. No, I've been sitting here since 4 in the morning, and it's now 12:47. So when I left, it was like, oh, rest of the house is so cold. Yeah. Mm. Oh man, I don't want to pay $80 for power management. Yeah. At least with certain technology, right? You can roll your own, you can build your own. It's not that hard, but it's like by the time you actually do it, you would have to learn two new skills and you've wasted about a month. So it's like pay $80 or waste 3 months worth of labor. And it's like, eh. So half the time it's just buy your way through the project. Because little electronics are not too poorly priced. Hmm. This one's actually certified by Industry Canada. Ooh. Which means I could use it in final commercial projects. Nice. Yeah, good luck. Oh, I got this random thing off eBay. Yeah, I'm going to use that as my, oh God, the regulators would just come out and cringe. So you got a dubious thing that's going to take power, and you don't know who made it, of what quality, out of what materials. It's like, yep. Um, Excuse me. Huh, cool. They made a um, miniature battery fuel gauge, and it's $1, and it's about the size of your pinky finger. That's awesome. Oh, cool. I guess it's just really tiny embedded LEDs. Yeah, wow, I'm surprised this line's holding. Jeez, we're just going sideways. Oh, so phone batteries have an internal protection circuit as well as an NTC, which is a temperature sensor built right into the battery. Oh, that's pretty cool. I guess they got tired of airplanes going down. I just saw the spike of volume on the bottom. Means we broke through. Volume is 36 million. It hasn't really picked up. That guy was a big one. 118. But he's half and half. So that's buying the dip as much as it's a sell-off. Still some big-ass buy-ins. Yeah. So if you keep seeing giant buy-ins, then people are just building a position. So they're just picking a line in the sand and keep buying. And then when it goes up, they stop, let it come down, buy some more. Hmm. So all of these flats is because there's flats in here. It's the viewer I'm using. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, there's generally no major gaps, but it's having some data issues the last couple days. And so it's not getting the range of data that it should, so it's drawing flats. Also, on stocks that nobody cares about anymore, you'll see there's lots of flats as well. They're hard to see, but they're flat. Yeah. Generally means there's no change. If there was major change, then you would see something. I could set this to 5 seconds. Yeah, even on the 5 seconds, you got a bunch of flats. So like nothing changed for 5 seconds. Here, 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 here. Yeah. What about the 1 minutes? A little bit of movement. Some of them are pretty small though, like this guy. Yeah. But essentially it just means it's not going anywhere at any speed. Which we already know that. It's a low volume day. When is the rip? I don't know. Today is Tuesday, so we're probably gonna have a run up. We might have a run up a little bit tomorrow. So 1 week before earnings is another. It's usually 2 weeks they price themselves in, and then a week you get some laggards, and then you get the last day or so. Let's go look at the 3 month. Yeah. So if this red gets removed at any point during the day, then we'd be leveled out. If not, then tomorrow might gap up to 38 and finish the day around 40, letting us go up. So it'll look very similar to this here. So this went green, red, red, but you can imagine this one is green. There's your red, and I would expect something similar to this kind of right here. Then we might get a second day and then roll. as we hit the top here, or we break through and then, you know, roll up here. Yeah. But hopefully we can make it to the 44s. Then we'd have a power N shape. Or, well, in this case, it'd be a really bad W. Yeah. Right now we're just drifting. Tomorrow after tomorrow, yeah. Well, tomorrow should be pretty good. It depends on how we end today. But, you know, if the markets end blood red or worse, then no amount of wishful thinking is going to make Wednesday good, right? Like, it's all a balance. And I can't predict that far out because I don't know if the grand markets are going to turn around. You know, they're looking better. They've got a solid base. Maybe not the Nasdaq. S&P's good. Dow's even better. But does that mean we can get something out of today? Who knows? Closing below 38. I would say 38's the deciding line. I would say we close above 38 today. I just don't know how much height we can get. And if we don't close much over 38, then tomorrow's going to be pretty bad. If we get a bit of height, I think that will set us off. 35.01. G stonks in for 40.17. Yeah, and he left just before it plummeted. He still had optimism in his heart back then. Yeah. Yeah, unless we break this, we shouldn't go much lower than 37.60. So I'm hoping, not that that means much, that because of that, we'll stay up here. And it's a question of how much height we can get. Yeah, I remember when the trees were green, kids played in the park. Yeah. Optimism dashed against the rocks of 38. At least I'm learning about solar panels today. This has given me plenty of time to learn about stuff. Good times. Uh, and we're going to test the bottom. Yeah. NASDAQ's at 2%. Jeez. Yeah, it's starting to look like fear is really sinking in. Dow and the S&P are holding. The NASDAQ's not at all. We should bounce off that line if we get there. But then give it some time and the Dow might go because it sees the NASDAQ and the S&P Yeah, it just all depends on who gets spooked. Yeah, I really wish they would fix their data stream. Everything's going all funky. I don't know what is up. Oh, I just found out some of these e-papers don't support a partial refresh. Wow. Oh, yeah. I was like, what are you owing about? Yeah, it's a bit of a drop there. That started with 70,000, 80,000 share sell off. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're all going. Yeah. Somebody or something did something they didn't like. They're all crashing at the same time. Now the recovery was quick, but I think that's, oversell recovery, and now they're figuring out that maybe it's not as bad or not as good as they think it is, and so the red is going to swat them back. Yeah, which is like this. The Dow not yet, but that was probably going to complete. But that's what happened with the S&P. The huge sell counters, and they're like, no, we really wanted it, and then boom, boom, and the Nasdaq didn't even. it didn't even stop. Yeah. Now we might get rubber banded back to our support line. As long as these guys kind of slow down on their negative. Green, green, green. Yeah, so that might allow us to get back up. Because if we're moving like internally, we're moving with very low energy, very low volume, right? The effects of the bigger market can swamp us one way or the other. And so if we want to do green because we went too low, well, if the market's still swamping us, then we're not going to go anywhere. And then when our guys turn red, it's going to be huge like this, right? So we didn't move anywhere. And then our reds plus the market's reds crush us. Whereas it was green versus market red and no motion. Fuck. Market is killing us today. Good news is, though, you'll be getting discount tendies because this is market driven push down. So that's not a reflection of AMC. And we shouldn't get a major rout either because this is just portfolios taking their money out and all that sort of stuff. Very little people are playing today. Yeah. We're at 39 million. Pretty much nobody. Well, you see what happens, Marshall, when you leave? You're our star quarterback. All everyone looks up to you. Haven't got it. I don't know what you mean. As in you didn't hear me? Oh, sorry. I didn't know what you meant. I was saying you're the star quarterback. The whole team's counting on you. You know? You go away for a little bit and we're just lost without you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had to take all those ladies that were looking for you and I had to like, sit them down. Like, look, he's not coming back. He threw his last football. Yeah, I know. I know. I took one for the team. It truly gets tiresome being the best at everything at all times, I understand. Yeah. We were doing okay and then we broke with the market. The market is done. Oh man. Well, we're just along for the ride. Mm-hmm. Bipolar stock. Yeah, if we look at the larger you could probably draw a wedge here. To me, it looks like we're just testing our historical lows. Yeah. See if I can load these. YouTube sucks. I can't click these links. Yeah. Might be able to. Oh, I can see him on Discord. Yeah, you're doing that. We should have broken that triangle, though. I think this is financial. This isn't COVID. If it was COVID, it would be mostly us. This is Nasdaq and everyone. So this is more economic. So interest rate fears, monetary policy. They got a Fedco meeting today, don't they, at 3:00? Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear that Disney pulled on movie theaters. Is Disney pulling their movies from movie theaters because they don't want people to get coronavirus? That would be something. This is because we care about the public. Nothing to do with making more money for us on the streaming platform. Oh, stage. Stage presentation. That's fine. I thought you meant they pulled from theaters. That would be something. Oh, Disney's shutting down all their Disney stores in Canada. But that's probably unrelated. Yeah, that would be an arse move. And we would see it here because we would be plummeting into oblivion. that would not be a good day for us. We'd eventually come back, but it would be like I'd just be scrolling, can't stop, won't stop, and it would just keep going. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the sell. Whereas I don't like theaters. I don't like the atmosphere. I don't like all the other people eating, burping, farting, using phones. So streaming for me, I can lay in bed, I can pause it, I can cook food, right? But there's certain times like Blade Runner, probably Dune, that you're watching it as an art piece, not as entertainment. Then a theater is absolutely necessary um, to get the proper experience, right? But to me, I'm not a huge fan of theaters. Like I can replicate 70% of it at home as long as no one's home. Just kill the lights. My sound's not bad. Yeah. Yeah, but then that's $100 every time I want to watch anything, Marshall, versus $0 and 30 minutes of my life to watch whatever I want. Yeah. Yeah. And well, especially if you have kids, right? Kids are a hassle. So if you just throw it on the television, cook your own popcorn, you know, yeah, it's always good to have options. If we lose theaters, which I doubt we can, I think theaters will just continue to evolve. Makes no sense that a public viewing establishment would disappear. Yeah, we all have mini theaters in our hands. Maybe when we can broadcast directly to the eyeballs, like when we get technology like that, maybe that will kill theaters, you know. But then you probably will have public areas where there's no theater screen, but they still serve food and give you seating while you watch the movie, right? So, yeah, I think they'll just keep evolving. Because that's, theaters go back to Greek, right? Way back. And, they went from amphitheaters, auditoriums, then to stages, then to production plays. Then there's theater companies that came to be where people were professional actors that would travel. And then it moved on to, what we have today and the birth of motion picture. Yeah. Or actually, first it was photography. It was still frames on a wheel. Then motion picture, which are frames on a film that moves fast, right? So, yeah, I think also too, you're gonna find movies in the future are not going to be forced perspective. I think they're going to be more like video games where you interact with the movie, much like how Call of Duty is so popular. You're basically in a movie. It forces your perspective. You have to get from A to B, but how you get to B is slightly up to you. You can pause at one point or you can go left versus right. You still don't have a lot of choice. So, but it forces your perspective, right? And I think that might be where we're headed with movies. They'll just create a world and then they'll push you through it. And so everyone gets a very similar experience, but perhaps, or like a roller coaster, everyone gets the same experience. But if you look to the left or the right or up or down, you may see something that someone else didn't see, right? And they'll start hiding Easter eggs and stuff. So it'll be more about going through the experience versus what you're seeing in a locked perspective like a movie. So I don't know. I'm just thinking in the future. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's where Disney makes all their money, right? They produce a film that kids want to see, which parents can use to stick their kids in a spot for 2 hours, right? And then regret 100 times over when the kid won't stop singing the same song. It was cute watching the Rock's kid grow up. And when she realized that he was the one that sang the song, she would just order him to sing it all the time because she wants to hear it again and again and again. But she started off watching it, not realizing. And then once she connected the dots, it was like, oh, his life's over. Sing me the song. Okay. Yep. You're welcome. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's basically your kids are probably around 30 now, Larry? 23. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't get what what were the ones that came out before it? Got Bug's Life in 91. What the hell did I watch as a kid? So I'm 32. I got 10 years and I watched all the Disneys on like all the princesses and all that sort of stuff on VHS. My actual favorite movie as a kid was Robin Hood Men in Tights. I was a Mel Brooks fan from like the time I was in a diaper. Because they had great sing-alongs and there's people dancing. Like I had no idea about the lewd background. I just see happy people dancing and knights and, and they're yelling at each other, but everyone's happy. Yeah. Oh my god. Um, all the old Star Wars because I'm 87, so Star Wars came out on tape then too. Um, yeah, I didn't really watch a lot of movies. I know my parents had Braveheart. I think the Titanic on VHS. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they put those things in for adults, right? What other Disney could I have watched? I never watched like the original Cinderella till later, 'cause that's old school. Oh, Pocahontas. I remember that one. Um, Never Ending Story. Narnia. But I think it's animated Narnia or old Narnia, not new Narnia. Jeez. Trying to remember 30 years ago what you saw on a screen. That is hard. Yeah. Yeah. Especially The Office made a reference with Woody. A Woody doll is probably got some value. People want them. I still have my original teddy bear I got as a infant. I wore the nose right off of it, playing with it too much. But I figure it's in good shape ish. Why throw it out? Yeah. He just sits on a shelf and grins all day, all night, waiting and watching. Hoodie. This Woody has gang signals. You just swap out his hands and he can be blood or Crips. Damn. Where did you pick up this Woody doll? Oh, I got him at the gas station. Oh. Oh, and Buzz Lightyear's his friend. Looks like a raging alcoholic. To infinity. I don't want to meet the rest of the gang. Oh, there's the pig. There's a cop. Dino. Okay, that's somebody that's cracked out and skinny. Probably a meth user. Really erratic. Bullseye the horse. This horse talks. Truly on acid. Yeah. What toys did I have as a kid? My favorite toys were Jurassic Park toys that I traded for. I had a lot of like scientific toys, a lot of science books. Yeah, I didn't really have any action figures. I think I had a few like Hot Wheel cars, but I never had a track or anything. I just saw the odd card that looked cool and wanted it. I had a lot of Pokemon cards. That was like crack in elementary school. It's like currency on the yard. Uh, yeah, and then I basically I was working a computer when I was like 5 or so. Before I could read or write, I could work a computer. Yeah, because I want to play my video games, so I just match the characters on the paper and I type the commands into DOS, hit enter, and my program starts. I remember that. Yeah, there's Jurassic Park toys, and they had like replica dinosaurs, and they were so realistic and they looked so good. And so I loved them because they were, they're not real dinosaurs, as we've now learned, but they at least looked cool, right? So they were pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah, interesting jolt through memory lane. So at least we're back in channel. We survived that dip. Too bad we're not getting too much green. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I still remember when I first started learning programming, and yeah, just getting the screen to do something, it was like, I am God, you know? And it's like, just having that much power, you can do anything, right? The sky's the limit. And it still is. Um, like the stuff I'm doing right now in the background here is trivial. Like eh, the biggest the biggest holdback, I guess, for the evolution of technology in modern society is just getting people to use it. Because you can build it, you can make it cheap, you can make it do anything. It's getting people to use it, and I guess having the political will to implement it, which goes with using it. So, oh, there's a new way of doing something that's 100 times better and costs half the price. But we like the old ways. And it's like, you know, and then people are afraid of it because it's green. And it's like, okay, it's for your own good. And that's, I think, the real limiting factor. It's humans. Yeah. Because if I really tried, I could build what I want to build or just buy it off the shelf and implement it the next day. But getting the political will to allow you to implement it, to allow you to expose it to the public, it's like, yeah, thanks, society. Yeah. But, anyways, yeah, programming as a kid, it was great. You could do so much. Now, programming is just oh, what do I need this thing to do? Smack, 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 smack. Okay, off it goes. Now I'm trying to get my stuff into the real world. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at, I'll send you a link since you're here. This is what I've been looking over. I'm trying to find the best value out of these screens. This one seems pretty good, but it takes 32 seconds to refresh, and it doesn't have a partial refresh. So 35 seconds is friggin' long. So I think I have to choose a different one. I was like, oh, this is great. And then I'm like, wait, no, okay. So this is what's going to be used at the bus stop. At the bus stop, and it'll just show when the next bus is coming, uh, and the times and all that, and the capacity on the bus. And so basically, when you walk up to a bus stop, you know when your next two buses are coming, when the last bus was, if there's any cancellations, and then you can make your judgment. Because that's what 90% of everyone does when they go to a bus stop. They're like, okay, it's this time. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. Find the bus. Oh, I missed it by 5 minutes. Okay, the next one's in 15. Do I want to wait or keep walking? Right. So you're simplifying that down to look, there's answer. And that's what I'm working on right now. Because the other problem is the bus gets canceled. You have no way of knowing. There's no alert. It's a piece of paper. The paper ain't going to tell you if the bus has been canceled. But my digital paper will. And I could just go as far as just having lights, a light that turns on to let you know to check your phone. But this is the more higher end solution, which I think is ultimately better, because then you can develop more stuff. And secretly, once my bus things go out, they're all going to be interconnected. And so that's going to allow me to proliferate internet. And so I'll have basically a mesh network of these bus poles. And then that'll allow me to extend and build other things around the bus poles. So it kills birds with stones. Yeah. But baby steps first. This stuff will probably take like 2 weeks to ship from China, so I figured I should probably buy it now. I've been putting it off for like a year. Hmm. Looking a little better. And that didn't hold for long. And back down it goes. God, can't win today. Okay, this is 138 millimeters. So where's my... Oh, okay. The 5.8 and the 6 are the same dimensions. They're just double the pixels. So instead of 600 by 400, it's 800 by 600. So they've added more, I guess, vertical? Horizontal. No, those are horizontal. I think comes first. 1080p. No, vertical. Vertical then horizontal. Yeah. Except it's weird because vertical is the horizontal lines. Yeah. Because you're measuring rows versus columns. Oh, man. Confusing as crap. $800 by 600 should be more than enough. F12. Okay. So if I do 600 across by 800 down, it's a pretty good ratio. Oh, if you want another blast from the past, I found my old calculator that I had when I went to physics in high school. So that baby is like from 2000. Yeah. Still works perfectly good. But I remember when calculators were like a status symbol. You know, whoever had the best calculator, clearly, versus the kid that had this shitty $1 calculator. Yeah. I still haven't used probably a third of the crazy functions, but it's impressive the amount of crap that they packed on a single screen. Like, maybe like X to Y to, I can't even read half this. There's just a lot of stuff. But the reason I needed this one was I could convert to hex for programming, and the sin, cos, tan were super necessary for physics. And this one also has a history, which I loved, because you do your math problems and then you go back and you're like, it's all saved. Yeah. I never liked the calculator watch, but it was pretty cool. Yeah. But I'm trying to keep the calculator now on my desk because I keep loading up the PC one. And it's like, it's so much easier to just use the calculator on your desk than it is to go and punch it out of the computer. Yeah. So that's a 1 to 1.3 ratio. 600. So for every 1 pixel of the vertical, you get 75% of a pixel going up. It's not bad. Or 1 point whatever I just described, 36. 1.33. Yeah. Going the other way. I think I found my screen. I think that will do. It's overkill, but whatevs. No, I still have the piece of paper that tells you how to do the crazy crap. No, it has a whole list of physical constants. Oh, and built-in metric conversions. Oh, that's good. Let's try one out. Let's say I got 38 inches. Second function. Convert. Got it. Oh, I see. So there's a button for constants, and you just pick, you type the number you want, and you can get moles and gravitational. But if you second function the constant button, it becomes the conversion button. Ooh. I would like to convert number 1. Okay, so 38 inches is apparently 96.52 centimeters. Let's check that out. It is. Wow. I just used 2000 technology to do what Google does now. Oh, I feel old. Well, at least when the internet blows up and everything burns to the ground in the great nuclear war, I'll have you, trusty calculator. People will fight over this calculator, for it has the forbidden knowledge. I've watched Fury Road. Yeah. Actually, on that related note, you can actually download all of Wikipedia. I think it's 7.8 gigs of just text, I think. No graphics. Or maybe it includes graphics, but um, you can download it onto a USB, right? So you can have the net sum of everything we know to some extent on a USB stick. And a lot of people, like end of the world prepper kind of people, have backups because if the networks go down, it's like, what's better than a Wikipedia? You know, you need to teach kids. You can use Wikipedia. You need to figure out about plants and what Wikipedia. Like, you know, there's a lot, and yeah, not bad. And I was like, that's not a bad idea. And it's actually kind of good too. Like when I traveled, I used to travel ultra remote. Plus, I'm not paying like a million gazillion dollars to have cellular in a foreign country. And getting on Wi-Fi is hard in a lot of cases. So having, you know, the net sum of society on a USB stick, you just load up USB Wikipedia and do whatever you got to do, right? I need to know about something. Boom, it's there. It's like it's pretty friggin' useful. Yeah. You don't realize how, I guess, lucky we are to have an encyclopedia that's so easily searched. Yeah. right. Power data transfer. Oh man. The Tamagotchi. Man, I had a Tamagotchi that like lasted probably 3 months, and then I lost it somewhere, and I come back, and the damn thing's dead, and it was like, ah, Tamagotchis were great. And there was a Pokemon equivalent where you had like a Pikachu that you walk around and took care of. That one was actually pretty good too. But as a kid, 3 months or so, and you're like, okay, I'm bored of this because you've done everything the little device can do, right? But for those 3 months, you're like learning and things are new and it's great. That's really what got me into computers. It was just unlimited learning. You could just keep going and not be limited. Like, how does someone just play with cars on a floor? Like, you can only vroom vroom them so much, you know? Like, I don't know. Now, closest thing to a gigapet is a chia pet, and that goes back even further. Cha 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 chia, and you water its head. Yeah, yeah, they take a lot of effort. Like you got to feed them. You have to clean them once a day, which you do in the morning, and then you have to try to feed them like 3 times a day. And then if you overfeed them, they die. If you underfeed them, they die. And there's no way to tell if they're fed right. So it's like, okay. So yeah, Oh, and if you don't pet them enough, they go suicidal. So it's like the whole thing's just stacked up against you. Ooh, and Dow's gone. Pretty straight. Oh, looks like they're coming out of their funk. Still not amazing. Yeah, we might get lucky here. No point having this. No, we should have a breakout real soon. We're pretty much right on the line. If not, we just escaped. Oh, so to answer your question, Marshall, I think there's a Fedco meeting, and apparently there's a CDC update on COVID meeting as well. It should be 3. So in 30 minutes. Ooh, 50% down. Tencent announced that its WeChat app has temporarily suspended registration of new users until it aligns to relevant laws and regulations. Yeah. Oh, China. Although, in fairness, the US is looking at doing similar legal laws, but it'll be more, privacy related versus overreaching government related. Yeah, so breakout. Yeah. Yeah, the volume's pretty low today, which makes sense because it's a red and we don't sell. So our volume, I mean, we're obviously selling, but we're not selling in mass. So we're going to probably end the day at like 50 million, maybe. So that's good. As long as we don't have high volume on a red day, life is still good for us. Yeah, it just means people are sitting and watching. Yeah, because you can see the red versus green here. Red is so much tinier than green. So people are loading up on the dips, right? Aside from the get the hell out, it's sinking moment, it's pretty much all green driven. Yeah. So yeah, I think we're good. Oh crap. I lost the e-paper I was trying to buy. Damn it. Oof. Green's trying. Yeah, look at that huge buy-in right there. See? Sitting and watching. Exactly what we were just talking about. 142,000 buy-in there. Yeah, they're just sitting and watching. More green, please. What? You want some more green? You want some more green? Please, sir. I want some green. You were born in the red? Well, I think I've officially blown my bank account. But I think I got everything I need. Woof. I wish they would fix their data stream. Just having a stroke. So, back to 38. Figured we'd be here. Just took us a giant W later. And it's interesting to see the W is like 1, and this is also a 1. And the width here is similar to the width here. Funny how that works out, but it tends to. So you see me calling W's all the time, and a lot of time they fail here, or they fail here, and we don't really get to see them finish, but that's a completed W. Fully completed W. And it played out properly. So 50% mark, right, is somewhere around here. And so on the way up, it hesitates close to it, but then it floors it to completion. Yeah. Then it comes back, goes back, does this, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But it's a fully formed W right there. In all its glory. Oh. Not bad. Yeah, you got a little mangly one here. But as soon as they get really mangly, it's hard to tell where they'll go. So that one ends up being the same. It's 2 on the bottom, 2 on the bottom. Well, it's right here, 1, 2. Yeah. That part's usually the same. The gap at the bottom is usually the same. Although yesterday it sure wasn't. We could not make a W to save our life in the morning. It was just fail. W failed. Failed. 50 failed. Completed. Like, what a mess. All right, get the Lemon Brigade in there. Mm, 45, eh? Bit of a haul. Might be able to do 38. Yeah. If these guys play nicely. Oh. So on my screen, I don't know if it's my eyes, but this X is connected to this X. Yeah, I think it's just my eyes. It's ghosting. Yeah, it's just my eyes. I was like, oh no, my screen got cracked. Yeah. I can see a black line between these two. but when I get close, it goes away. Huh. I guess it's that those white dot, black dot. It's the same thing. You get a ghost image at the intersection. Oh, I'm falling apart here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, under the line. Oh man, so much reading. Holy crap. This product is in Chinese. Okay. Oh, lordy. It's like, okay, it works with the applicable software. All Chinese. Looks like we're going to break out. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. Good. We got our breakout. And almost time for our horse bets. At least it sets us up for a good anything goes horse racing time. Starting to really enjoy these end of day. My health plummets usually by about 1 o'clock, and it's a struggle to make it to the end here, but it's like, I want to see how this goes. Yeah. Hmm. Holy jeez. Okay, so this here is Chinese, but it's basically what I'm going to have to write myself. They just put it all in one instead of buying the two separately. Hmm. Okay, not bad. Yeah, look at that volume ramp up on the bottom. Yeah, we had a couple bursts of volume when it went green. But yeah, it looks like it's heating up now. Oh, man. Whole day of just waiting, and then they finally decide to get to it right at the end of the day. Well, better late than never, I guess. So the opposite of a fail-safe device is a fail-deadly device. Damn. Oh, oh, you're right on the ball today. Okay. We're now taking EODs. Yeah. So a fail deadly device is tamper proof, or a good example is a dead man switch for a bomb or an IED. Second he lets go of the thumb, it fails deadly versus failing safe. Yeah, I had to try to figure out what a watchdog is. So a watchdog is a circuit or a piece of software that when it doesn't get kicked in a certain time period, it goes off and does corrective actions. And so if you have a computer and the computer goes rogue, it's no longer talking to the watchdog, so the watchdog does a power reboot or something. So Yeah. But apparently also with no one has dead man switches. Very similar as well. Who am I doing? Barry. Okay. Okay. Beach Stonkers in Florida. Oh, thank you. Marsh. 41 on the dot. Okay. Okay. Stacy's 3105, which I managed to forget. Yeah. Good. I think I got them all. Thanks for that. Saves me the trouble. Now, where am I going to go? Frig, Stacy. You are low. This is definitely a good spot. Okay. Could take 38. I don't think it's going to keep a solid all day. 39.25. Let's do here. DOD. Okay. Okay. Put Stacy on the bottom. Chances of it doing that is pretty low, so I'll do that. All right. Ourselves. Lovely race. Should probably just do 38. But the line is right here. 37.95. Yeah, I'm going to take a stab in the dark. So until the metal post, you can adjust if you feel like whatever's. Oh, apparently the United Kingdom has fail deadly policies, which delegate strike authority to submarine commanders in the event of a loss of command, using a letter of last resort. Are 4 identically worded handwritten letters from the Prime Minister that are on the 4 British ballistic missile submarines. They contain orders on to what action to take in the event that an enemy nuclear strike has destroyed. Then I didn't read any more. Nice. Oh, she's making ground. Oh, there's a little bit of volume backing it up, too. Like all those people lurking. Lemons in there. Give Augie a chance of winning. It's all good. Yeah, I completely forgot about it too. Oh, it might be coming back. The lemons were too late. We're getting there. So for those that are joining us for the first time, we do end of day horse race betting. Essentially just pick where you think it's going to be at the end of the day, and I'll throw you up on the board. You win the ability to set the message of the day tomorrow, as well as bragging rights. Oh, no, that's part of the game, Tony. If they don't like it, they can always move up to 1530. As long as you're not on top of somebody, it's fine. Part of the game. 39. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, because it's closest to. So by doing this, you get half of this and half of that. So you're just stealing the half Tony would get and the half Roman would get. You're just shortening it down. But if it's off by any amount, you don't get it, right? So it works out. There is a little bit of benefit to being wide out in the open because I get anything that goes down, and I'll get anything that's 38 or so, 26 or lower. But someone can go right above me or right below me. Yeah, their prerogative. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that a while ago because we're like, oh, but what happens when you're so close? And it's like, yeah, but if you're above or below, you pretty much screwed yourself. So here, my name gets all of this or half of this, right? But if she goes above, then she gets, way more potentially, right? But if it's not there, then it's all G stonks, right? So yeah, you have to be close, or you end up locking yourself in. Yeah, yeah, no, that's exactly it. Yeah, exactly it. You do you. I was just pointing out. Yeah, we thought about this, and then we found out it kind of self balances. Problem sorts itself out. Yeah, Price is Right is the closest to, but not over, right? I think is how it works. But yeah, very similar in the sense of sniping. Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least with this one, because the price is in flux, you can be above or below its closest to. So as long as you're closest to, you'll win. Um, yeah. Because, yeah, if there's no one here, I'm arguably closest to, right? Until around here, and then it becomes Stacy. This is all Stacy's. Yeah. And then if I was worried about Barry maybe getting it, I could slide myself up a bit, and then I would get less here and less here, but because of the distance between me and Stacy, it wouldn't be that much of a difference. So there is a little bit of tactical, you know, positioning. Yeah. But anyways, that's what makes it fun. You can try to work it. Mm-hmm. It's not a bad guess. Yeah. You got a trend line. But I'm always banking that even though you have this trend line, it's going to find weakness kind of like this. So that's going to manifest like, you know, something like that maybe. So I'm trying to that's why I usually am lower. Sometimes though it does like this, like the other day. Because they're going to try to buy in near the end. Um but it's like before they roll how far before they run out of time. And then that's kind of the guess. Yeah. Keeps me on my toes. Yeah. As one Donald Trump, the stockbroker, would say, huge, huge buy in. Oh, I should add Donald Trump as a emoji. Anytime someone writes huge, it's just him with his hands. Huge. uh, that's a good emoji to have. I want to see my moon cat. There you go. Godspeed, moon cat. Nope, just moon. Moon, lemon, and party hard. Party hard's for Barry. Because when it's time to party, we will party hard. We got a moon cat instead of a party hard. No, they'll react to the moon. It just does a regex on your whatever makes you feel happy. All right, coming up on last calls. Ah, geez. Yeah, I know. I was like, that's why I said, "Ah, geez." I'm like, ugh, that was terrible. uh, whoa, David going for the snipe. I might have to just move myself up a little higher. David gets all the way to here. I'm going to move myself up higher. And yeah, there we go. I think it's going to land somewhere in here. But if I'm that far down, David's going to get it all. All right. Last call before we lock the books. All right. All right. Here we go. Dun 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 dun. Horse race music. Now we should get a theme song for horse racing. I'll let you skirt in, Larry. $38.99. That's far enough away. Oh, Augie already has that. You'll have to pick higher or lower. Where would you like to go, Larry? It's like a lottery. Larry, now you need a number other than $38.99. Where is it gonna stop? All right, we'll give Larry higher or lower, Augie. What would you like? Done. Or do you want to be lower? Or do you want him to be lower? No. Hopefully we got it right. Yep. Okay, good. I was just like, yeah. And then I'm like, wait, wasn't too clear. Yeah. Instructions unclear. Blank stuck in photocopier. Good times. Oh, she's slowly climbing up. Just like my dreams. Just slowly drifting away. The volume is pretty good. Definitely some action going on here. Even if red is swatting us. Well, hi, Tom. Okay, we have an EOD cutoff, but I'll put you in. Just because he doesn't have a job right now. Yep. I won't give him the win. He doesn't need to know. Oh, your number was never called. But we'll put him. Yeah, we'll put him in anyways just to see if his number's right. If it lands directly on his number, I might give it to him. But if it's off by anything, no. No dice. But if it's exact, I'd be like, wow, wow. That takes a little bit of skill. But defeats. Europa. Do. Yeah, I think Tom's going into business for himself with his ill-gotten stock winnings. I think he's going to develop a video game, or at least take a stab at it. Probably a better question to ask on the Discord. Although he might get back to you. Yeah, because I figured you probably just came in and took off kind of deal. So my original choice was, I think, right here. There's a line right through here. So we're coming up on my original guess. Yeah, around 38. Dun dun dun. Finally, I can get a bloody win in this game. And it goes right down to Stacy, and we all cry. No. Stacy's number is 3501. How dare you? Oh. It's the sudden but inevitable betrayal. I almost bought something I already had. There's a Oh, I misread that. Okay. It's a USB that takes um an M stick for like the memory. So you can plug it in via USB. What I thought it was a USB that had only a single key so that when you're running a program you can just press a single key to move it on. It's just a keyboard with one key. I was like, "Oh, that's useful." 32? I hope not. If the markets go sour for 2 to 3 more days, probably. But we are on the upswing, but the market's not on the upswing. So the market's really dragging us down. Like all of today was just trash because of the market. Like, it came back a little bit, but it gapped down and it basically was garbage. So we lost all the good parts of our day to market way down. I mean, you can still make good money day trading, but all my money is tied up at the moment. Yeah. Well, once it gets past 32, 35. So 35 free falls to 33, possibly 31. Yeah, so we've avoided it a few times, but this is our last line of defense, 35.81. Oh, actually, no, we built up. We already fell. Yeah, so we already did that fall. That was our last line of defense. Now we fell. So now it's 31, and we'll fall till 28 to 26 if we can break 31. So I wouldn't be buying in if it goes under 31. I'd let it figure itself out because this is part of the 100% gap up kind of thing. And there's open air here because your supports are here, here, and here. And one support doesn't really stop, you know. So yeah, if we manage to break, we would go down to here. And then because this is a slope, slopes don't have any support. So you could easily end up in the pits. Now, I think there'll be just crazy buying that will stop it from doing that. But, oh, there's one support right here. $19. So you'd have one slowdown on the way back to oblivion. So anyways, I don't really want to go that way. That's too low. Yeah. I think we're going to go up before we go down, though. So we won't have to worry about this. You get a share. You get a share. No AMC for you. And that guy's acting career completely blew up just because of that. Just one single thing. Yeah, it's like, uh, So we're going to do a dip push just like yesterday. So the dip tends to be earlier than I expect, leading up to a push. So I wonder though if it's just a dip like this is what the market wants. And then because people push, it ends up like that. But essentially the sell-off is taking place. Because if not, it would be like this, and that would happen. So there's obviously selling pressure. Yeah. Yeah, because I usually expect it to go up, then level, then down at the end of the day. But lately, our ups have been crap, down, and then we're going to try again right at close. And then possibly a bit of a sell-off. This might even end up at Barry or David. Damn. I can taste victory so far away. Maybe one day. So one of my students, what I completely forgot to send them an email, sends an email and says like urgent, urgent, danger. Like the subject line's ridiculous. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, I completely forgot about them. Oh. Oh, I'm a teacher mentor for data science. So I don't actually instruct. I'm their final project. So on year 2, they get signed up with a local business. In this case, I'm not local. And then they work on a project. So this whole bus stop thing they're working on, I built 90% of it, and they're just finishing it off. But they're applying their data science knowledge to it, albeit kind of poorly. But it's difficult for them because they're data scientists on paper, but they have no real application in the real world. So it's like, good, you can draw a nice picture, but I need that picture in Photoshop. Oh, I can't use Photoshop. It's that kind of thing, right? You might be an artist, but I need this digitalized. And so they're good at data science in Python, but there's no application unless you take input and give me output, right? And so that's where I come in. So I take them from that and I give them a real project with, real clients, and they try to fit themselves in. But the problem with that is that they have to be better at programming than they generally are. They use programming to execute data science, but they don't go outside of the box. So, anyways, so that's what I'm here for. And we'll eventually get this done. I'm just actually shopping right now for the displays for the bus stop. Been on this web page for like a whole day. Chinese e-commerce sites are garbage. They expect you to know exactly what you want, and you can't compare, and you can't balance them. And sometimes they use like similar text, so it's like 5-inch blank blank. Then sometimes it's size, like they just make up titles all over the place. So it's like every time I search, I find new products, and it's like, can you just give me a master list and order them in a table or something? It's like, why do I keep uncovering new products? So, yeah. And I've lost the one I want to use. Damn it. 7-inch. I think it's this one, but this is red and black. I don't need red font. This one is only 4 gray. Yeah, this refreshes in 5 seconds and it has 2 levels of gray. This is the hobo one. Now give me the non-hobo one. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, I know one of the professors, and basically the deal is normally you'd pay the school for the labor, but because I'm doing this for the school, they basically waived the fee. And so I give them 3 projects a year that they can fill up with students. Yeah. But yeah, my health's been pretty crappy, so I've been a pretty bad. I'm good mentor, but I'm pretty bad at getting the projects moving because I'm pretty much dead after this stream. Yeah. Anyways, so it closed and it landed a little bit below where I would have been, but pretty much got it. Yeah, I would have guessed 38 or so. It landed right at 38. Sweet. All right, you won, Justin. Congratulations. Thank you, Justin. Without gaming any, do you have any sexy girl students? So Most of them are East Indian, but I do have some Chinese students. One of them was super cute, but they're all business, like because they're international students. So when they talk to you, it's like, huh, huh, like they're down to business. Like holy crap, Westerners have horrible work ethic. So she was pretty hardcore, and they're outside of my age range. So thank you, and I bid you adieu. I'm gonna go crash on the bed and search e-paper. Hopefully, I'll have something for tomorrow when it stops raining here. Yep.